Right. Up where we left off. Right, we were proving that Asman was involved and that there was a different motive. That's what we're doing. Is this contract, my lord? Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. Very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. And it's that common link. It shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. Sure have. So my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. It's a signature. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. I don't know how any of else of you missed that. It's pretty obvious. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. If you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Hold on one second, I'm having an autism moment, and the clothes aren't clothing, and they're hurting. Hold on. Sometimes I can wear that, sometimes I can't. Sometimes it makes my fingers go numb. So. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
But they explained to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. He got in trouble with the school because the article pointed out what he was doing and who he was. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Indeed, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Assman. Well, yelling. Stop this endless drivel about my life. Yes, it's true, I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research, but they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway, we all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen, patented by some wretch or other after all. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that, the miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it's hardly over it. That's not true. That's not true. Didn't they say earlier? Like, that this was very hard to win? For just anybody? Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent of science than me? I'm sorry to say, but your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I...
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? Pretty much means that he was one of the best scientists of his age, kind of thing. It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. I don't like this. He's gone quiet. The truth is... Finally, going to fold. Probably not. I don't trust where this case is going. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. She's given up on hiding the secret? I admit it. All of it. What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Going places? Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Seath, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborated in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Clearly it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. Of course you don't. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I mean... he may not admit it, but she did. Do we have to prove anything more? It's basically a witness. I mean, not that witnesses tell the truth enough on this fucking stand, but most people that have, like, the jury has believed witnesses before, so is there no... should just believe her. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, this makes sense. You've proved, pretty much, her testimony has proved that even if Gerber says she's lying, her words still prove the professor innocent. Because she could have thrown him under the bus with her, but she chose to throw Drebber. I was gonna say none. Yeah, none, my lord. That's how he wanted it to turn out. At least his friend to be free. I don't know how he wanted the rest of this to go. Wait, is this the whole case? I really thought this was gonna take longer. Guess we could start the next case, but Jesus, this case went by fast. I don't think so. Not on this, not on my particular... I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Oh, Marianosuke, take the fucking win. Bitch, take the win! Why did Dr. C suddenly admit to it like that? It's a different case, dude! Just take the fucking win, buddy! Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? I fucking hate you. Just take your whole job is to defend Albert. So you've won, you've done your job. Now you're taking it beyond what your job actually is. The defense to be pushing for now is... What you should be pushing for is the defense of your defendant, which you've already done. It's gonna want to do further testimony, isn't it? Because Ryunosuke is all about, let's uncover the whole fucking truth. We've already gotten started, even though you've done exactly what your job is as a defense attorney, which is proved that your defendant was not involved. You're not supposed to go any further. That's another case that will be taken on either by you, if Seath asks for you to defend her, or otherwise. Oh my god. Fuck you, Ryunosuke.
Objection.
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I hate this dumbass. We demand one final testimony. You can't just let it be when you're winning. Yeah, he does know this, but he's a dumbass. He's a dumbass. Even Van Zeek says, like, what the fuck's your problem, buddy? You're winning. Did you forget that Van Zeek's friend is your defendant and you should ask to be added on to the next? They would have taken it to another trial. And you could have asked to be involved in that one. But there's no reason for you to extend this one. Ryunosuke, why are you like this? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that, you know? You make points that I've been making, but we both know that Ryunosuke is a dumbass who wants to get to the bottom of it even when it's no longer his case. And that would have been in your hands from now on. And you probably should have let it stay in your hands. It's fine. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. It's not your job to go past this. I get what he's doing. Like, it is the defense's thing to bring, like, it is a lawyer's job to find every aspect of the truth. But, like, usually in these kind of cases, if you're trying to get a not guilty sentence and you have it, you would not normally push further in this instance. You could ask to be involved in the next trial, but it's a completely separate trial, which usually involves one of them wanting you to defend them. Probably wouldn't, but... That's not your job. The thing he could have done was let this trial go, win his side, and then talk to Van Zeeks and be like, hey, I want to know more. Can we pursue this? Because obviously Van Zeek's gonna be the prosecutor. And Ryunosuke is not technically even a schooled lawyer. He doesn't have a license for lawyering anyway. So he could have picked whatever fucking side he wanted. He could have continued this case in so many other ways than the way he's doing it. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. Duh, that's your fucking job? But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until the very last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Seath. This testimony from me. About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ah, in case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. Slipped? Well, that's a big slip, sir. That's what you call it? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. God, there's nothing more attractive than Van Zeek's agreeing with us and helping us. Even though we really should have let this case go and then just talked to him afterwards, because he would have been on the next part of the trial, and we could have worked with him then. But it's fine, I guess. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts into the bitter end. Yo, what? Lord Van Zeeks, it's nothing hotter than this man right now. Okay. Interesting. So basically, I would say this trial isn't even about Albert anymore. It's moved on. Because there's no way that Van Zeeks is going to try to push for anything else anyway. He's not going to be like, Albert's still the blah blah blah. We're just doing a side quest within our court case. Okay. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report, then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. No one else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Seath's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent? So what are we trying to prove at this point? It's hard to determine what we're trying to prove then at this point, because usually these cross-examinations are to prove evidence that we have. I mean, we are trying to implicate him. That's not really even our job anymore. Okay, well, let's find out.
Hold it!
horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this. We're ganging up on her. Oh my god, nothing hotter right now. Okay.
Hold it! Hold it!
So she stabbed him. Okay. I don't know if I believe that. She clarified alone very heavily. I don't believe that she actually was alone. The broken vertebrae was the actual cause. I don't like that last statement. Oh, I don't know. I mean, his real cause of death, but wouldn't it be what she did to the victim? I mean, the real cause of death is what we need. Stop yelling.
Hold it!
Yeah, his nothing about it looked broken. Matter of priorities. I need a lawyer. You are a lawyer.
Hold it!
The precious secret is out now anyway. Sure is. I think she was. I think she does think you're good at what you're doing. But I don't know what to do. Okay, but what are they trying to hide? I don't want to present it, I just want to look at the evidence. Okay, is there anything new? Appeared? It might be how she killed him. I feel like that might actually be what I need to do. What piece of evidence are we actually missing? We used a lot of this already. They said they proved that the wound matched. Can I change it? Will it let me rechange it?
Hold it!
I'm... I don't think what we do. Like, she says it's that, but is that... Maybe this is the wrong thing. I do feel like it's the picture, because we've never used the picture of him. If she stood over him, it shouldn't have leaked down, right?
Objection!
I've got a nasty feeling. Right, because leaking down would imply he was standing up. If she stabbed while he was laying down, the blood really shouldn't have welled down his suit. They might have spread out at all angles. He was maybe actually alive still? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Seath, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. It seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. He's complimenting us. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. It shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. There's always something new, buddy. Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Seath made it very clear in her testimony just now. The point at which she stole Professor Harebrind's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and if the victim had really been stabbed while inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Do we even know for sure his neck was broken? I want to point out that considering how he's strapped in and stuff, he probably wouldn't have snapped his neck with a downward fall. That's not really, like, I understand from if you're falling from the air balloon and down onto your head, but falling with your feet taking the impact, and especially strapped into a device that probably would have held your weight, you probably wouldn't have snapped your neck. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Seath, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Seath, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? The stabbing of the victim? The answer is very simple if you consider this sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
It's impossible. The man was dead, remember? We don't have actual proof that that wasn't doctored. That she didn't fake that. No, that is the misapprehension. Yeah, she said he was dead. But falling down, your feet will take the shock. He would have been more likely to break his ankles than he would have his neck. Hitting here, especially like a third vertebrae, is right here. You would have to crank your neck in. And like, he probably would have gotten some shockwaves from hitting his feet from 30 feet. But there is plenty of like people jumping out of windows and falling off of things from higher than that, and like having broken legs but not broken neck. Have we even looked at the body to prove that his neck is even broken? We just looked at the autopsy report. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Seath appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. He definitely would have been in no condition to, like, fight back. Because even if his neck wasn't broken, your brain would have gotten quite a shock from, like, the impact. But definitely wouldn't have just killed you. Mr. Odie Assman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Seath. Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? So he didn't even know. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Dr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you're accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now you're making all of this up, as if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason could I have to kill Mr. Assman? Assman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. Heck, there's a whole You work in the judiciary system. There's a whole bunch of motives you could have for someone who escaped being arrested. But there is no known connection to Dr. Seath there. I mean... True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner would have done this. Wait, shut up for a second. There'd be no way it was to protect Van Zeeks or anything. What does she know about Assman? Is that Assman there, by the way? He has to have known something. Her notes? Was she getting stuff from him? That's the only thing I can think of. There's not a lot else that would tie a connection. There's gotta be something that connects them that I don't know what it is yet. Yes, I may have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? Yes, we saw it yesterday. It's her notebook, right? The one where she's getting, like, scalpels? There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Oh. At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant, it's the money for them. Disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Aspen's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investment team's account to find out where it's going would be extremely straightforward. "10 years ago, when Mr. Aspen was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Seath's darkest secrets that he could use to rack money from her for the next decade. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So I don't think that Aspen was ever supposed to die. I don't think that was Drebber's plan. I think Drebber was actually just kind of like, what the fuck ever, I'll just get money from this dude. But in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand, none of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. I'm assuming Strongheart's included in this because he didn't want her testimony at all. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Seath will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's hand had over you all these years. Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all. In the name of revenge. Okay, so we did actually want to kill him. Revenge for the future that Mr. Assman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier? But the revenge you shot didn't stop in Assman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. Your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Seath, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Assman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course, he just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of the new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. They robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Oh, that to feel regret. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. No, Professor. That's not true. Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You are not to blame in any way. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even? The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and you'll work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. That was a twisty case. I'm curious where this is going. It's going to continue in the next part, obviously. It's over. That was some trial. Certainly was. Jesus Christ. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Maybe you get to try again now. Without people using you. Just do it on your own merits. I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Yeah, try for something else, a bit more realistic. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. What the fuck? Right, because he's not the Reaper. We know that. It's very obvious that he's not the Reaper. I do still think the Reaper is a thing. And Albert getting away, even though he is completely innocent, his life is in danger. Venzique's wouldn't want his friend to actually die. I'll be right back, though. I do have a theory on the Reaper. I mean, I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty sure it's Strongheart. I think he just likes... Because he's already said, like, if the forensic unit got pushed through, he'd be up for, like, the top of his position. So, if his protege, because Van Zieks works under him, got all these cases, all the people, if he was convicting more and more people, which Van Zieks does have a high conviction number. I find it very interesting. Lord Strongheart didn't want Teeth saying anything during the trial. I'm very curious where this is gonna go. There's 2 more episodes. I'm nervous. Lord Van Zieks, what are you doing here? I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. I mean, he is a terrifying prosecutor. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. He requested... He must have requested it when we went to talk to Lord Strongheart that if anyone takes the defense, it would be us. Or he scared the other people out of it. I mean, to be fair, I think anyone else would have missed the point and Albert would have gotten in jail or killed. So I do think, like, that we're the only person that pushes that much. I always knew that you had my best interest at heart, don't worry. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. No, you need to do this. Trust me. He has a good reason. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. I'm Lord Van Zieks. What's all this about? You know what this is about! The Reaper isn't him, but there's still a Reaper. A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? What in this guy? You do too! Well, Iris told me when you met Lord Van Zieks in his office some days ago. He asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. He did. He wanted to make sure he was okay. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. The Reaper's influence Doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sight meet their end days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But he's not the Reaper. But of course we both know that Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. That's why Gregson's taking her to France. Van Zeke's probably convinced him he needed to get her out of town, out of the country. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. He's doing it because he cares about you. Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. I don't think he's that hard to understand. And now my Nippon-ese friend. It's becoming less of an insult and more of like a nice compliment. Could you stop saying it? Because it's kind of a slur, sir. Like, please. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. It's not a bad person underneath it all. Hold on. Really not this bad person. He's very serious and probably reserved because of his brother's death. And he doesn't want to get close to people because of the Reaper stuff. He has a hard time making friends. But he's not a bad person. The Enigma, Barrack Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks. Does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes. I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. I'm supposing that the person who killed his brother was Japanese. That's why his face was hidden. Like, that seems to be, like, the most reasonable thing, is that he would have an anger towards Japanese if his brother was killed by one. And also, if the country is trying to keep peace with another country, you would hide that face. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. Fucking music, don't make me cry. What the fuck, Capcom? He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Okay. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. The theme, is this Van Zeek's theme personally? Because it's very pretty. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? He was one of the visitors. I'm assuming he was one of the Japanese visitors. Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy, accents and words, between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very have well ended up in war. It was his brother was killed by someone from your country, Ryunosuke. And especially in this time period, that kind of stuff could have set everything off. But that would mean, oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, Yes.
I love
it's
that I
time.
gave him the most weird accent. He has a fucking British. He has a nice British accent, though. I just refuse to talk that way for him. But it's always so funny hearing him actually talk and be like, ah, that's this man's real voice.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
Are you allowed to do that? I thought we weren't supposed to know.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
I'm so invested.
That's the professor?
Oh, I'm so invested.
Yes, that's him.
The plot. Capcom, fucking, I love them. They deliver so fucking well on investing plots.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face.
You know it?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
I mean, if he was one of the visitors that went with your father, then you probably grew up around the man. I would assume. Oh, Kazuma, are you okay? You okay, buddy?
Father.
Oh, that would also explain why she had recognized him if he looks a bit like Kazuma. Oh, okay. Hold on, I need to plug my computer in. I forgot to do that, and now it's dying and yelling at me. I know! I gotta get the cord. Always forget to do that. Okay. Well, this has gone places. I am so invested.
What? Father?
Hello, Kazuma.
Kazuma!
I mean, it was obvious
My
before
best
he
friend,
took off the mask.
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Probably not in the most positive way, but you know.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke.
The Kazuma's voice got deeper. Oh, damn. Oh, it's so gay in here and I love it.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
I love that.
It was an honor.
I miss this man. I loved Kazuma. He's my first favorite character for this whole game.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
Oh, I love them.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
I love that Capcom
When we
can
left
make
Japan,
even a game that is like
this sword was at my
99%
friend's
rating.
side.
So fucking it's so good. God damn.
The Japanese man's katana is his soul. He couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword.
That was a good idea.
And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
When you hold on to your boyfriend's sword
This
just in
time I
case he ever
saw
comes back from the
always
dead, I
felt
feel
that
it.
you were watching over me somehow.
Fucking, do you think Van Zeeks is just watching and being like, what the fuck is happening? Cause I do.
I've made it. At last. Father.
I have questions. This was your dad? Oh, that's rough, buddy.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh, I don't think Kazuma's happy about it either. Oh, he's not happy about it either.
Kazuma-sama.
But it's going on the fact that, like, it's also a great disrespect to his whole family's name, what his father's done. It's also probably the whole reason he became a defense lawyer, is to stop people from, like that. I love this design choice for his
Ryunosuke,
outfit.
we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said.
What is Van Deek's doing? Just watching intently and be like, well, this was discussion about me. But cool. Cool.
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
We're not gonna get back to Van Zeek. There we go. So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed, But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. But Kazuma isn't his father. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Bitch just left? We were bonding. 10 years ago. She must have known. That's probably why she thought he was familiar. I don't think that his dad looks that much like him, to be honest. But I'm sure as they were close friends as children, she probably met his father once or twice before the incidents. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato said, all this is tied up with painful memories, for her too. Yeah, it's not great for any of you. But now it makes a lot of sense to why Van Zieks acts the way he does. I still think he should stop saying Nipponese. Gonna point that the fuck out. He needs to quit. Because I truly think he doesn't hate the Japanese anymore. I think he hates the man. And that's fair. He can fully hate the man that killed his brother for the rest of his life. But Ryunosuke and Susato and Kazuma are not bad people. And clearly he didn't think Susato's father was a bad person either. He's moving on. He's growing. And that's important. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, but he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Kazuma. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred, something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
I'm so invested. Ah! It was a good chapter. I'm so invested. Let's do this. I'm so curious where this one's going.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. for our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Hmm. Hey. Oh, what are you doing? This place is fancy. Oh, right, there was supposed to be that, like, meeting of great minds, right? Yes, I'm so glad we got here on time. Suzato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer? The professor, you mean? Oh, 100%. 100% her dad knew. There's no way he didn't. He's tried to keep it from her, like, the whole time. He knew. I'm assuming the Baskerville thing, the Hound of Baskerville case that Sholmes put away is connected to that in some way. I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Megatoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows, then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. The judge looks good in a suit. What the fuck, game? That's not fair, game. The judge looks good. Woof woof, bitch. God fuck. Damn. Ha. Look at that man. Fine as fuck. Jesus Christ. Capcom and men. Jesus. It's the judge dude. Oh my god, he's gonna do the He does look different with, like, his hair up. Without the hat, I like it. I like it. I really do like my men with long hair. Oh, that fucked wrong button. You were literally told that the judge was coming down. I don't know why you're acting shocked. I was about to say, she's known him since she was a child. This man's having too much fun. Hmm. Yeah, they said that. We were told that earlier, that it was more like the judge. It was a young man who wanted to be a judge who came. What glass? Oh, that's the bottle. I like how the bottle looks. I wanted to keep it. Why? Look at the judgmental face. That's for me. It doesn't matter if it's purple or not. You're silly. He's a minister? Oh, interesting. We should say thank you, by the way, for that. It sure did. It sure fucking did. Which means her father did, in fact, know. That's a discussion. "50 days at sea is a long time, my god." That's good. Even with him keeping stuff from her, she's still happy with her dad. I love that. Appendage by default. Tell him about calling him his dad. Should we be talking about this in the open? Should we be talking about this in the open? Like, should this not be something we go to a room? Because isn't this like a big kept secret that like people aren't supposed to be talking about? Not saying we can't, but we should be talking about it in private. Yep. Certainly didn't. He's alive, by the way. And he's not happy. He's not happy with his dad at all. Sure is. He had amnesia. Yeah, I'm sure he's been. I mean, Van Zeeks has probably been looking after him. I would assume that Van Zeeks is still taking him under his wing and still looking after him. No matter who caused him his father, I don't think Van Zeeks would abandon him. Yeah, original autopsy rooms were either you kept your family member on the table until they, like a kitchen table or like a floor, until like an autopsy member could come to your house to do it, or they had like really like small ass rooms for it. Not my cup of tea at all. What? I mean, he was your friend, and if it did just come out of nowhere. No, you're fine, Reinusuke. They didn't mind answering questions. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruto. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. I was right. Her mother died. Because she went to live with her grandmother, not her mother. Oh, yes. Zada's hinted at something like that. Yeah, her mother passed away when she was born. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man, and it was then that Chishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. But perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. Your daughter never blamed you, though. And I think that it brought out the better side of you coming to London. Doing something that kept your mind off of it, because you have been a father to her once you got back. It got you out of your grief. And maybe it took a while to be the right father, but I think you are a good dad. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. Completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruto. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course! What can I do for you? Well, thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Now then, allow us to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. It's a... yes, it is. Hold on. Oh, protect me. Okay. You look so nervous, Ryunosuke. Oh my gosh. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruto. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh well, I'm pleased then. We were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Wouldn't it be better to ask Van Zieks? I'm sorry, I just feel like Van Zieks would be the better person to ask. Interesting. Okay, not much reason to be here. Might as well just get that over with now. Oh, Van Zieks! My life. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Deek's doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Hello! Oh my god, that's rude. Alright. Kill me now! Fucking Jesus Christ! He was communicating. I don't think it was a cold stare. I think he was trying to communicate something. I haven't done anything, have I? I mean, I'm sure you uncovered things that Strongheart didn't want you to. And I'm sure Van Zeeks is the one being punished for it, but I don't think it was one of those I hate you stares. I think it was a warning stare. Oh my god, Renuski, you're such a dumbass. I love you. Done nothing wrong. You say that. That'd be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Oh. I don't know if it's missing or if Van Zeeks sent him off to do something without telling Strongheart. There are. Okay. Sorry about that, but you know, there's problems happening. Feels like you're threatening me when you say that, okay? I don't like it. Like it? I don't like the way you two talk to me. I mean, also, Van Zeeks also had a very negative view of them in the beginning as well. I think he's warmed up. It's no longer a secret, we're just talking about it in the open all the time now, okay. What cause? What cause did he have? I mean, I get it, political stuff. But what was his cause? What did he say? We're a blight of the aristocracy. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefit society. But what about Clint? I can understand the others, but from the way Van Zeeks talks about his brother, he was a good person. Kinda does. I don't have anything to present, right? New case. We don't have anything to say. I would assume we're just gonna leave now. We didn't say bye, but I'm saying bye. Bye. Mon ami, mon ami. Such disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two, you're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp, and I don't like it. Buff, the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. What is happening? I love them putting like the little like marks over the things. But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. Oh my god. Okay. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Statement. Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Ah, yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. Not gonna tell her that her dad's dead ever? Why's your hair red? What's happened? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Why is Kazuma's mask here, by the way? Not so much on your face. It says on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today, you know, I feel the same. I feel the same every time I play this game. Whenever Sholmes is involved, it's confusing. Interesting. One more time I gotta get up. Okay. Is that why your hair is red? An arresting tea party. He's avoiding you. He doesn't like you. Yes. Runosuke isn't, but I am. This man exhausts the fuck out of me. You should have paid your rent with it. It's your hair, obviously. It's been stabbing me in both eyes. Oh. No, I don't think so. But you knew he wasn't dead and you lied to us, that's the point. He is, but sometimes Kazuma just says things. Because he can. I don't have anything to present. I can't converse about your hair. These conversations kind of have gone nowhere. I don't think we've asked everything, but I don't know if there's anything more we can ask right now. I don't know what else to ask him. I could have done all that. I know there's something we're missing. There's something here we're missing. With the newspaper? Let's try the newspaper. It's hard to always find new things in his apartment because there's always a bunch. Get $4 per week if you're a redhead. That would have been a lot. Well, £4. That would have been a lot back then. This dumbass of a man. Your hair is not naturally. That's not even a natural red. It's a bright fucking ass fake red. Could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. I love it. That is a lot back then. I was gonna say, I think, Pollock's daughter, her name is escaped me, but she could, what is her name? Iris. I don't know. Hers is kind of red, like, naturally. Herlock's is definitely not. There's green in there somewhere. Cold water. Well, he's not having a good time. How did you fuck it up? Was it the fact that your hair doesn't look real? No, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, if he dies from it, he dies from it. I'm guessing they turned him down? Yeah, you're world famous. I don't know what you were thinking. That people wouldn't recognize you. Yeah, my controller. You know, if you had paid your rent off first instead of wasting the money. I'm just saying. I plugged you in. Stop it. Oh! The lady from the trial. I didn't say a word. She's familiar. She was at the trial. Yeah, she was at the trial. Hard to miss her. Evie. Oh, what a beautiful name. Evie Vigil. Interesting. This is why you can't afford rent, you dumbass. I'm gonna hit him. Just punch him once, Ryunosuke. Not hard of hearing. I just have a dumbass roommate. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. Aw, well, that's cute. A warder. Prison. I really wouldn't call that an unusual job. I mean, maybe back then, but that's a normal job sounding to me. Chief Ward. He's a ward. Chief Warden. I guess so. Probably, that's Warden's job. Yeah, we've been talking about that one. That's where the professor is buried. Oh yes, it's probably not. Everything's connected. I know they say to wait 24 hours. But actually, if you're that worried and something feels wrong, you should never wait the full 24 hours. Even if it's like a waste of their time, it's better to report early if you are actually concerned. Because in 24 hours, worse things could happen than wasting people's time. Yeah. You could at least call the fucking prison for her. Mm-hmm. I would hope it would take less than that. Just call the fucking prison. I would assume logically she's called the police she called the police. Logically she would have called the prison, right? Come up with such nonsense. Get news in a day or two, are you sure? Just go down to the prison. Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. I did? Are you asking me to help you solve it? My hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention Lowgate Cemetery. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. All very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prisoner governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite a different matter. I'll leave it in your capable hands now, if you'll excuse me. I'm rather busy. Doing what, asshole? God, I like him, but I hate him at the same fucking time. Of course you are. Well, This is a fun room. What a big man. Caden, we've heard that name. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Runosuke Naruto, defense lawyer. Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Yes. I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. We're actually not. No, not at all. We're just... We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Mrs.? I'm pretty sure her father knew him. I'm pretty sure that's where we heard the name. I feel sure their name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Wasn't it her dad? Okay. Okay. We're fucking leaving? Oh, no, okay. Okay. We're actually leaving? I'm kidding. Ha 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 ha. Is it just her dad? Okay. Definitely is the same man. It would be wonderful if you have the time now. Is you drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? I didn't say that out loud, did I? Hopefully not. Or could it be that you Naharos are normally bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. I'm gonna write us a note. Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. Good luck, then. Well, here we go. Let's go try again. Yeah, you gonna talk to us now? I don't think you really gave us a chance. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. But how can that be? Didn't she even call? It's Mr. Daily Vigil. Daily Vigil. That's funny. His name, I just put that together. Your chief warder. That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Was? Oh, so he wouldn't have been missing to him. What? Right when the professor stuff happened? Where has he been getting the money? If we want to find out where he went. The professor case. That would be the reason that the professor didn't die immediately. But that means it was. If he can't answer it, then it was. That's where Dr. Seath worked, I assume. Okay. Okay. What are you giving me? Are you supposed to be giving me this? This will help while he's proving to her. It literally says he tried to help the professor escape. I mean, we'll try, but, can't promise that. Well, we have to figure out where he's gone to start with. I preferred the red. I preferred the red. What is your fucking problem? The blue hair. Say nothing? Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Ugh. I have. Uh... What is happening? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. And Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? Boss is... He's dead. Oh my god, dude, what? That's not where I was expecting this to go. He was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. I love his switching stuff when kids are involved. I hate him a lot, but he's also very sweet on kids. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. But they're still there investigating the scene. Her accent's hard to do when she's sad. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but... One day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny. He was planning to take you to France to keep you safe and everything. Which means you're probably a target. They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? If she's gonna say Van Zeeks, isn't she? Gina? My heart is like down in my stomach. She's gonna say Van Zeeks. This is the Reaper. So it's Van Zeeks, probably. Even though Van Zeeks is not the Reaper. Wait a minute, you don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right, the Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Van Zeeks. I hate being right. I despise it sometimes. Oh. I have a feeling this is Strongheart because Van Zeeks did something he wasn't supposed to help us. Which is also probably why Kazuma went missing, is Van Zeeks knew something was gonna happen. There has to be. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baron Von Zeeks the police have arrested. I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. There's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. Don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What you saying you sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all as soon as you can. You gotta help. He's saying sorry because you're a child, and you just lost another parent figure. It's a detective's lot to appear whenever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson? No damage! Mr. Naruto, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful. You could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. I mean, who else is gonna defend him? Inspector Gregson dead and Lord Van Zeek's arrested. Bruno, Susie, I've called you a hansom. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Irish. Shall we, Miss Susato? Yes. Well, this is not gone great. Prison first. Oh, this man is just reading. How are you looking so calm? There he is. Lord Van Zeek's behind bars. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeek's. I don't like the way you turned slowly towards me. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be. But the last person on Earth I'd like to see. That's not true when we both know it. Couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. It has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading in the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? Yes? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Hairbrain. Oh, right. Is he out of the country? And I would like to read my correspondence is peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words. They seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on scene, and immediately arrested. We were told there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. And then you're well informed. And there is really nothing I could add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers, so he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Bitch, I'm about to represent your ass. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. You didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? I'm definitely gonna be your lawyer. I don't know why you think I'm not. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I've arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Which is probably why you're in here. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. Can I ask to be? I mean... So it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please... I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Tucker? Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. I'm coming back to pester the fuck out of you, you better fucking believe it. Ooh, girl. I mean, she's not wrong at looking at every single place you can. It's not him, though. Because I think in the end she would prefer that to know the truth rather than just blame Benzeeks. I'm looking. Yeah, this is, yeah, we've seen her. Means her husband is into this case and related to our case again. Means both cases are related again. Yeah, this is someone trying to solve some kind of case. I don't want to talk to anyone yet until I've explored the room. That's not what I would have thought what an item of the case would have been. Oh, wrong one. Nope. Go this way. The very cheerful music is not making me feel any better. Assuming the bullet struck it? If the bullet had gone through a body, wouldn't there be blood on it still? Mr. Natsumi isn't living in that environment anymore. That's a smart idea. Take in all evidence, even if you don't know how it's used yet. Let's take in all this evidence on the floor and then we'll look over them. Or another person was in the room, but no one saw them. Or Gregson was investigating something. Oh, okay. Not what I would have thought this would. Well, we found a key. Is it a key? It's got a hole in the bottom. Looks like more like it would be a whistle. I mean, there's no place for the air to go out though, but it doesn't really look like a key to me because there's a hole in the bottom. Keys don't usually have a hole. Oh, he's just gonna repeat what we talked about when we picked it up. We'd have to ask Iris. He also uses guns. Not of this sort, but of a kind. Nothing more we're gonna find here for now. Probably. Okay, I assume now we want to talk to people. What? What's up? What's up, baby? Okay, what we got? I'm gonna finish some of the popsicles that are in the door, okay? Ooh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game. I am loving it. I'm emotionally devastated with this chapter, though. Yeah, but Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. We all know that. I still have the new one, but I have so many to play before I get to the new one. Hurry. You boon. I am traumatized. Van Zeeks is my favorite character, so I'm already traumatized, and it's just started. Who boon? The names in this game, I love it. Here today, gone tomorrow, name that. K. What the fuck you mean? It is an interesting name. Unidentified person. Oh, okay. Like a Jane Doe. I've already picked up everything I think that there is. We just have to convince Van Zeeks that it's in his best interest if I defend him. I mean, you have a point, but I also think it's that lady's husband, the warder. Wait, we already did. We did that. I did that first. It sure does, but god dang it, do I love him. fine if anything else, if no one else volunteers. They could just assign me to him. It's how it works a lot of the times now. I don't know how it worked completely back then. How tall is Gregson? Because where did the bullet hit? Gregson has to be a tall man. I've never paid attention to how tall. Does the Reaper even use a gun? Like, you say this. I don't feel like he does. I normally only read when we're in the courtroom because there's so much reading in this game and my voice gets tired after a while. So when we're doing investigating, I don't always read it. But I do read when we're in the courtroom. Reading out loud hurts my voice, though. Especially when you have 70 hours in this game. A bigwig lawman. Is it Strongheart? Because I don't trust Strongheart. So. Okay. Would that be as tall as the chandelier? The way he's curled up, I feel like it hit him in the chest. It's hard to tell with how the, like, in a drawing and how tall the room would be. I feel like British houses were smaller though back then because, like, the average height was shorter. I mean, Van Zeeks is tall as fuck. Gregson is definitely shorter than Van Zeeks. The 5'7" I think makes sense. I'm just trying to debate like how tall this room would have been for like the chandelier and his height. I can't tell if it hit him in the chest or the stomach, but I would assume chest from how the room is. Of course everyone's gonna blame it on the Reaper though, because that's like the big name that kills people. Even though it's not Van Zeeks. No. I mean, I'm sure the witnesses will be called to the stand, though. I mean, I examined everything, right? I found that that has a key in it. Am I done here? Sometimes it tells you when you're done. I don't have anything to like, I don't think presenting anything to her helps right now. I mean, we can get his approval, even though I feel like Strongheart is not to be trusted. His approval. I don't usually unless it feels obvious. It's like, she's not usually the one to go over evidence, we are. But we'll see. I'm just gonna go through everything. I know we do need to go here. Because if we can't get Van Zeek's permission, we can go above his head. Kazuga, what are you doing? Kazuma, what? What? I've heard it. You yourself have said that you don't believe he's the Reaper. I don't want you to start talking this shit, because you're just such a two-face. I'm guessing he's going to be taking the prosecution side. I don't know why you're shocked by this. He was literally working under Van Zieks. He is. Mm-hmm. I just want to represent. I want to be the defense side. Can we get to that part? That's what I want. Also, shouldn't this case only be about Gregson? You shouldn't be dragging other stuff into it. I mean, he was a defense lawyer, but he's been studying under Van Zieks for like 3 months. So... I mean, they can. You can absolutely pick if you're going to be a defense or prosecution lawyer, but I assume that Kazuma is playing at something in the same way Van Zieks plays at something. Van Zieks had to know that this was happening because Kazuma disappears and then Kazuma comes back and wants to be the prosecutor. When both Van Zieks and Kazuma have a common link towards each other. I do. 100%. I still plan to do it. Maybe if I just show up and be like, I'm defending you whether you've said yes or no. Maybe that will work. Stubborn. Just be more stubborn than Van Zieks. That's how it needs to work. drama. Lead detective. Prosecutors carry guns? Interesting. Oh yeah, it is! It's... Hold on. Ah! I didn't mean to click it. No, no autoplay. Shut up! Stop! I actually have I have a Majima figure too. Yeah, hold on. It's a jacket, actually. But yeah, it is. I also have a Majima I really like Majima. Hold on. I'm thinking how I do this without... I also have a Majima... I have a lot of Majima stuff, but hold on. And the biggest one... I don't want to knock all my cords out of place. I have to finish coloring him. As I drop stuff off of it. I have a Majima. I have to finish coloring him. I have a Majima. I really like Yakuza. I like Yakuza, and I like Final Fantasy, and I like Capcom games. So, those are my big ones. I like a lot of other stuff, but those are my big three. Yeah! I have to draw his tattoo and then get the... I haven't figured out how to do the pattern without it looking stupid on the jacket yet. Yeah! This is my favorite. I love Majima. I also have... Don't fall. I have 2 ducks as well. My 2 little duck boys. This one needs to turn. There we go. Yeah, I have played all of the Yakuzas. I started with 7. I got really into 7 and then I went back and then I fell in love with Majima. Which your... Oh, it's that one. I don't think I have any more. I think the rest of the stuff that I have is anime over here. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of anime ones. They are so cute. I like the duck ones. I need to get some Resident Evil ducks because they have I have a God of War duck too. This is the first one my husband got me. He got me a little God of War duck. He has a little axe. It never stays in his hand though. Little axe. He's so cute. And then I fell down the rabbit hole of fucking duck figures and I think they're the cutest things. So now I need more ducks. I like ducks. Thank you, Jelly. Yeah, I gotta finish the Majima one. I also want to get some DMC ones because I really like Devil May Cry. I have a Vincent and a Sephiroth. I'd really like a Virgil and a Dante statue. I'm really into DMC as well. I'm really into Resident Evil. I got really mad when Resident Evil 4 Remake came out and the statue was already in the collector's edition was already sold out because I was like, God dang it, I want it. I want it. I need a Leon duck. I don't think they make DMC ducks. I think I was looking the other day and they don't have Devil May Cry ducks, but I need them. They're so cute. I have a lot of stuff on my desk. I just don't have a camera that points to all of them. But I have like Trigun and Bleach and JJK and I have a Tonberry back here and Demon Slayer and Naruto. I have a lot of stuff on my desk. Yeah, I like games. But I have specific games that are my favorite. Currently not in his possession. Okay. It is. We gotta help him. I love this design for Kazuma. I love the white outfit. I really do. I have not been able to ever do that. So, mahjong is mouth. Mahjong and like the golf and baseball. Whenever you have to do those in Yakuza. I think I'm really close. I think the only one I'm super close on is 0. I find it a lot easier to just fucking 100% Persona games than I do Yakuza. Yakuza's hard. I love them though. But gosh. Going against Kazuma. That's just gonna be a gay disaster tomorrow, Jesus. Actually, I think this is the last day I'm gonna be able to play this until I get through some other releases, because Silent Hill comes out, and Final Fantasy 1 through 6, which I'm not gonna play that right away, because I've already played most of them. But then Metaphor comes out, and there's so many games in October. Oh god, yeah. I'm just get as close as I choose to get, and then I'm like, hey. And now I stop. It was the voice. I'm hearing in my head constantly saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. Good to know. Okay. I don't plan to be in the public gallery. I plan to be his defense lawyer. Even if he doesn't like it.
Hold it!
Yes. Thank you. I might be done in a bit. I'm gonna probably stop as soon as the court actually starts. As it's 4 hours and my hip is like sitting for too long. But I appreciate it. And I will probably be back tomorrow to stream something. If I get Silent Hill in time, it'll be Silent Hill. If it's not Silent Hill, it'll be this one. We'll find out. Oh, thank you for the dropping by, and thank you for the great job. I appreciate it. Probably to his father, I would assume. I plan to be there. I already planned this. On the contrary, he recognizes talent. I think Van Zeeks respects us. I just think he's doesn't like the idea of not being able to handle things himself, and he's stubborn. Aw, look at baby Van Zeeks. Oh, he's so cute. He's smiling! The other person is his brother. That's Clint. Yeah, Gregson was friends with Van Zeeks. That's why he respects him so much. Do I just shove this in his face and be like, hey, bitch, I know you're a good person? Hey, we're just gonna shove a photo in his face. He'll go well. 100% it's gonna go great. Lord Van Zeeks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. Nuske! Stop being insulting! I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. Actually, can we look at this? Usually you can't look at anything in particular. He's smiling in this picture, though. He's so cute. Oh, look at Clint. I love this man. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I read the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Well, that didn't hit well. That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Friendship! You really do want to trust me. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. But what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. Wow. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to someone like that? Misogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. A bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese. I don't think... I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Exactly. Welcome back! I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, Any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Inosagi's trial. This is his theme. They played this earlier. This has to be his theme. It's so pretty. Ah! It's only played like twice this whole game, but this has to be his theme. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. Well, pretty sure he's the one that's thrown you under the fucking bus, so I don't think you should feel indebted to him much more. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom, your obviously deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it. Yeah, that's why you say the slur every 5 seconds. Can we stop, though? Can we move past that? And I can understand why. Now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life. When we can stop saying that word, things will be much better, sir. To Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his. The reaper who sent his father to the gallows. Yeah, but he seemed pissed at his father, like, last chapter. He cut the fucking clay in half. Pretty sure that he doesn't actually have an issue with you. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in the court tomorrow. I don't think that's what's happening. Kazuma is he's honorable. What his father did was bad, and he knows that. That he wouldn't blame you for getting your own revenge because of your brother. There's an entirely different reason. And he wants me to be the defense, which also lines up to being an entirely different reason for this. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. I'm assuming he was leaving to get Gina out of the country. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. I can't talk. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsies weren't really a thing 10 years ago. Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that she would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I have no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. He didn't, though. We have proof that he didn't. He literally told Gina he thought very highly of you. And he has the photo on his desk. I'm gonna shove it in your face after I'm done questioning you. What was the true nature of their relationship? About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That I don't know. I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Oh, we've never used it? To be fair, every time he's been attacked, he's kind of just let himself be attacked. He doesn't really seem like the person to draw a weapon. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruto. A talent for misplacing things. Thanks. No, no, no. This has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this. Nipponese. You could be nice. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? It's not as wide as when we first met, I promise. It's getting smaller. Well, it's not as decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Hey, I'm gonna shove a picture in your fucking face. By the way. Here, I'm gonna shove a picture in your face. Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? He looks so cute in this picture. It was taken when I became the qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. We knew that, but thank you for updating that. It had to be, really. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Come on. Oh, we said our name! The rift is getting tinier. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zeeks? From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I clearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. Compliments. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Osogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me the photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. At times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. Oh, Mr. Naruto. I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Yes, I will! Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruto. And my life is in your hands. We did it! For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. I'm excited. Okay, this is a great place to leave it though, because it's gonna be really, if I ever have to take like a big break, I'll remember where this is. But we are gonna leave it here. And I'll be back tomorrow around 2-ish, probably? 2-ish, 3-ish? I have stuff to do in the morning, but I will stream after that. And it's either going to be Silent Hill. Well, it depends on if I can get it tomorrow. Or it'll be this game, so we'll see. But thank you for dropping by and hanging out, and I can't wait to see you more. We will do more of this game. I'm going to try to do it at least once a week, even with everything that's going on. So many games this month, so I'm trying to balance, but I still want to get through this because I want to get through... I've never played the original Ace Attorney. This is my first Ace Attorney, which is, it's been great, but I want to play the original. And then I also want to play the new one that I bought and haven't opened yet. I'm glad it was fun. It was fun for me too. I love streaming these games, especially when there's like interaction, because it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. These games are... Capcom really knows what they're doing with games. I love them. But yeah, so once a week. I do plan to. I own it. I bought it on PlayStation. The third game? Okay, I do plan to play the original. I have the collection, which has the first 3 games, I believe. And then I know there's the Apollo one, but I think I can play the new game before the Apollo one? Because the Apollo one should be... I feel like the Apollo one takes place after. I feel like this one takes place after the original games. But, so I really want to play this one. The Investigations one. So I'd like to do the original and then jump to this one and then go back to the Apollo ones. But we're getting there. We're getting there, because this one has this case and then the next case, and I think that's the end. Oh, it does? But could I play this one and not be confused? That's my question, because I really want to get to this one. Because I've heard Edgeworth is amazing. I've been told he's just as good as Van Zieks, and yes, baby? Hold on 1 second. What's up? something, okay? Okay. I'll be in there in just a second, okay? And I'll help you. It wouldn't be bad, but you wouldn't get most of the references. Ah, but I'm so impatient. I'm so impatient. I mean, I think I'd be okay, though. I think so. I mean, that was the same way Yakuza was. Because I played Yakuza 7, and then I went back, and then I was like, man, Yakuza 7 makes a lot more sense, because I had a friend who was like, you'd like Yakuza 7. And he's like, you should try it. And I was like, does it connect back? And he was like, no, it doesn't. And that was a lie. That was a lie. I understood nothing. It made way more sense after I played the rest of the games and then replayed 7. Like, it wasn't, like, I understood the basic plot of 7. But, like, I did miss the references. But I could also replay this on my own. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a lot. I've been playing this game for 2 years. Because I had so many games come out that I took a break. So, I've been playing this game for 2 years. So, I have a feeling it's going to take me a very long time to get through the Ace Attorney games. And I'm trying really hard. I'm trying really hard. Yeah, to be fair on my friend, he hadn't gotten towards the end of 7 when he was like, you should play 7. He's like, this seems like it's up your alley. So he didn't know that there was stuff from the other games. And I'm not mad about it because 7 got me into it because I'm big on turn-based. So when I was watching 7, I was like, oh, this is the type of game that I would love. So, and that has tended to be how I get into most series. Like, this is not the first game, obviously, but I was like, hey, it's a prequel. Can't hurt. That's how I got into Resident Evil 2. I played 6 first, and then I went back and played the rest, and then, like Resident Evil 4 is my love. I did DMC the same way. I played DMC 5 first, and I understood barely anything, and then I went back and I was like, oh, this makes so much sense. So that's just how I play games, apparently. I'm gonna just start on the newest one and go backwards. I've done that a lot. I did play Infinite Wealth. I have played every single one. I have them all. I have them all in my nice little shelf. Well, actually, 0 and 1 I have digitally because they were $5. And that was cheaper than buying them physically, but usually I buy games physically. It's really okay. So, Infinite Wealth, a new director took over. And I don't... Remember what he doesn't like Majima? He makes it very clear he doesn't like Majima, which is why I'm wary about the new Majima game. Because I'm like, it just feels like a way to shut up fans. Everyone else is excited, but I'm wary. But Infinite Wealth was mostly good, but I feel like some of the characterization is off. I did like it, but I didn't like it as much as 7. And I didn't like it as much as the rest of the series. But yeah, I have... Infinite Wealth is right here. But then I also have Judgment. That's Ishin. I think I put it at the end because it's not connected. But 3 through 5, 0 through 2 is on digitally. 6, which has an art book. 7, Gaiden, Infinite Wealth, and then I have Judgment. Judgment's good if you've never played Judgment. I really like the Judgment games. And then I have Ishin. Also, Yakuza games always come out near my birthday. The Majima game is coming out 2 days after my birthday, and Infinite Wealth came out after my birthday as well. I think. Infinite Wealth came out in February, right? Or was it January this time? The next one is out near my birthday. And I believe Ishin was out near my birthday. It was November. It was like the end of the year. The spin-offs always come out near my birthday. Spin-offs. I think it was January. I can't remember if it was like December or January. It was a weird one. But like the spin-offs are always in February because like Ishin was in February. And I believe Gaiden also came out near that time. And the Majima one is also out near my birthday, but so is fucking Monster Hunter. Games! But yeah, I really like Yakuza. I like games. But I fell in love with Yakuza. They are! Oh my god, just this year. Like this month right now. Hi. Hello, my darling.
Hi.
I love you. What you doing? Oh, I'm almost done. I love you.
Love you too.
Mwah. Yeah. I've also... My plan is Silent Hill. Because I like Silent Hill. And I'm curious about the remake, especially of 2. And then I know Metaphor comes out, which if you've ever played Persona, Metaphor looks great. And then Mario Party also comes out this month, which I'm going to play with little one. And then Square Enix game, Dragon Age, and then November has more Square Enix game. And then Capcom game. Things require money. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow. I'm probably going to be doing around 2:33 my time, which it's like 2:30 right now, so like this time will be when I stream tomorrow. And either we will pick up Silent Hill or we'll do this one. It's depending, because what time, because my GameStop has been getting physical games late, so we'll see if it shows up. That's the sucky part about